the channel for games, guides, and glitches. If you're a developer or publisher, feel free to contact me at the email, and to my regular viewers, please remember to subscribe, it really helps me out. Sunfall here with a guide for Strike Force 3. So to begin with, we go into the settings. I've already muted the volume, but you can put it on easy, and the music for some reason keeps getting changed back to 0. From 0 to 1, it's really annoying. And then you've also got the toggle buttons. Toggle ADS I'm going to take off, of course. I'm going to leave toggle crouch on. And now we can begin with a new game. First level is First Steps to Freedom.
Viper, your target General Amir al-Assad is down the cliff. Find an elevated position and eliminate him.
Understood. Moving into position.
Remember, stealth is crucial. Use suppressed weapons to avoid alerting the enemy.
So we have two methods to beat this level, straight off the bat. This is method 1, the way you're supposed to do it. Method 2 is much quicker. So when you go into this room, we'll have a bad guy we need to stealthily kill. So you have 3 weapons, and you can shoot him in the head. You also have a knife, and you can knife them.
Another one bites the dust.
As you can see, a lot of the rooms will be empty. This will be a staple for the entire game pretty much. A lot of rooms being empty. There are collectibles, but not in the first level. This level is just to teach you more or less what you'll be up for. So there is a bad guy there that we can take out, and if you lean out, you can take out the other guy. And we did it all stealthily. And then this game has a fun little thing. Stealth doesn't matter. Guns blazing is the way to go. So there'll be 2 enemies to your left and your right, and when you come down here, there'll be another enemy that comes from the wall. There'll be another enemy to your left here, and there'll be one in the window when we drop down. We have to go through the shop. This is going to be another thing that we will have to often go through buildings to get to the other side. And once you do that, going this way where I'm about to shoot, that will finish the mission once we kill this guy. And that's this method done. So for method 2, much faster. So we just need to crouch, and then what you do here is you jump crouch. Crouch is the most important thing. Jump crouching is really something good with this game. Then we just have to run around the course. I will have a glitch showcase for this game. I found a lot of cool stuff, and I'll show a teaser at the end as well. But now all we have to do is walk into that spot, and the mission is over.
General Amir al-Assad must be eliminated. The people of Al-Tariq will breathe easier without his atrocities. Find him, and make sure he never threatens innocent lives again.
So now we're up to military camp, and before we begin, I do want to show you something that is quite funny to me.
Your first assignment is a training
As you can see here, it hasn't had its polygons done.
Check your gear and report to duty at the runway
It's still
Copy that, HQ. It's good to be back.
still needed to be done, and ironically, that is something I would usually go through a lot of effort to see via glitches, but I don't need to in this game. So we want to go through the door and hit the button here. This is the second tutorial. So with ladders, you just need to walk up to them and it goes over them. Same with the fence. You don't actually have to push Y. So ignore the Y prompt. So with the boxes here on your right for this spot will be our first collectible. Tucked away right here. This is what collectibles look like, the little book. This will get you an achievement for your first collectible. And we just have to jump up these boxes and then head down here. We want to go up to the top of this tower and we will be using a zip line to go across. Then we'll be going over here to use guns. The first gun we will have is the pistol. And we have to shoot the white targets, which is on the left there. Then the next one. Then the third one. Then the fourth one. Then the fifth one's over here. And with that we can move on to the next weapon. And again we just have to shoot the white targets. And the sniper rifle. The targets are in the distance and unfortunately the scope doesn't have a reflection, so we have to scope in if we want to see them anyway. Thankfully the sniper rifle is actually stable, so it's not that bad to fire. I like the sniper rifle. They did a good job on that. Then we want to grab these two items. You want to take the satellite over here and place it. The satellite, you will need to stand near to get the meter up, and it's a staple for a lot of the missions, but thankfully can be used as good cover. The C4 we want to place on the box, and behind the box is the last collectible of this level. That will get you the collectible achievement for this level, so congrats. We then want to head forward and grab the gun here. Then we want to jump up again, and we want to head this way. We want to shoot the targets as they pop up while we're going through the course. That's why we were given the gun, and you just want to follow the mission markers. We need to use the zip line to go across. And then we need to crouch, and we'll have one last target to shoot.
We're counting on you, Viper.
And then we can head to the helicopter, and that finishes this mission.
Stay focused and stay alive.
You got it. Viper out.
That'll get you military camp. And we can move on to Resupply Retrieval.
Viper on
As you
the
can see
ground,
here, they
ready
often
to
turn on my
execute
music,
mission
so you'll
objectives.
notice me turning it
Copy
down.
that, Viper. Your
I
mission
want
is to
you guys to be able to hear me.
territory and receive the stolen supplies. Be advised, the area is heavily fortified and enemy resistance is expected. Proceed with
So,
caution and complete the
with this
at all
mission,
costs.
alright,
Copy that, HQ.
all missions really, I just wanted to show you in this mission, you actually can have unlimited ammo. When you change your gun, as long as you have two guns, you need two guns for this to work, so that's why I picked up that one. But as you see here, I'll waste my ammo. so now I only have 277. I'll pick up the AK-47 and then I'll change it back and I have max ammo. Using this trick you will be able to keep max ammo for whatever gun you like, but I prefer not to have the AK as my main weapon because the bad guys have that, so that makes this trick more effective if you leave the AK. When doing the trick, make sure that you wait for the gun itself, the animation to finish. If you do the trick too fast, you will pick up the gun, but not replace it. That is something I will warn you about. So there is a guy in the window we need to take out, and when you take out the guy in the window, we need to go inside the house. I thought the door was on the side, but it's actually right where we were. And in the room he was in is the first collectible for this level. I just wanted to explain that glitch. So right here is mines, and there is actually mines, so it's not a fake sign. So try not to go outside of the area because you will die instantly from mines. So there'll be a bad guy that spawns here, and then there'll be a couple on our right. So just carefully pop out and take them out. There'll be one behind this wall. So we'll go down this way. And up this way here. And then we can crouch. And we can do a little fun thing that I like to do with this game. As you can see, there's an enemy there. We can change to the knife. See, we couldn't knife in the tutorial because for some reason they didn't actually give you the knife. But you do have one. And we can knife the enemy like so. Knives are good because they're one hit. And just like that, both enemies are out. So we can take out these guys. There'll be a guy on the top, but I just want to show you grenades. I'm terrible at throwing them, so I do preemptively apologize. But basically, you have about 5 grenades a mission. You don't seem to find any more, or at least I didn't find any more. And the explosion radius on them isn't very good. There's also no real indication of where you're throwing it, so I'm not sure if I'm throwing it too high or too low. But I got him, and the only reason I know is because of the hit marker. But I took all my grenades. Grenades can be very handy, as you'll see me use them in future missions. So just be aware of that. This mission didn't matter, so that's why I was happy to just throw a bunch to try and show you them. So with this spot here, you have to be very careful. When these two come out, they can get really good sight on you. And they can eat up your health. So you want to take the guy on the right first, and then this guy in the further distance. The guy on the right is really important, because he can just eat up your health. This is the Desert Eagle. I do like the Desert Eagle, and I do wish we could continue to use it with the ammo trick, but unfortunately the Desert Eagle, as you can see here, doesn't really swap out much because they don't carry pistols on them. I did want to show off all the weapons, so that way you guys get an idea of what is in your arsenal. To the left of this building will be someone inside it, and over this rock here is someone. So the collectible is here, and there's a nice gun for us to reload if we need to, which we don't, so we'll just leave it. So once we get into this area, there'll be a couple of enemies. So use this wall for cover. And you can take out the first guy and then lean out to get the second. I like to think of this game as instead of them being human, zombies, because if you get anything but a headshot, they come running after you. As you can see there, for example. So there'll be 2 people around this corner. And thankfully I got low health. I was trying. So basically when you get low health, thanks to this game's health mechanic, you can just wait around the corner and you will heal. And I appreciate the fact that we finally get a warning system that our health is low, with the red flashing. I like the fact that the health system is designed this way as well, that it heals over time when not in combat. So we want to climb up here and then we want to fall down. We'll have an enemy appear on our right, and then there'll be a couple on our left as well that we want to take out. So we want to head down this way. And more enemies will spawn as we make our way. So we want to go into this building here. As you can see, you need to plant it on the front. And then when we go into this location here, will be a collectible. The collectible is on this box here. That is all the collectibles for this level, so congratulations. Just be aware of the guy on the roof if you haven't taken him out. Right there. We want to head this way. We want to open the door. We want to make our way to this crate so that we can place the tracking device on it.
Objective complete. Supplies tagged and waiting for extraction.
And then when we head out, some enemies are going to spawn.
Extraction is en route to your location.
You'll notice that there'll be a truck, and on the left will be another guy near the truck. And a guy on the right there. Better keep an eye on your ammo, so that way you know when to do the ammo trick. It'll save you a lot of trouble. So for this part here, we're gonna have a timer, and we have to survive till the time runs out. But I have a nice little trick for it, because the enemy spawns are just unlimited basically. So take out this guy, and I'll show you first the barrier. We want to take out that guy anyway, but the barrier is in the way, so we can't go this way. So what you want to do is, once we take out this guy, go into this house here. It's one of those empty buildings that they have, but they've left the door unlocked for us, thankfully. Leave the door open for a bit of fun, so that way an enemy can occasionally come and you can kill them. But mostly we'll just be sitting here waiting for the timer to run out. So now that the timer is over, we just have to wait a little bit for the actual helicopter to arrive. There's no point coming out, because we will be attacked. Now the mission end marker has come up, so make sure you look to the left to make sure there's no enemies, and then you can just run straight to the end. Congrats on finishing the mission. And as you can see, the helicopter is exactly like the tutorial, even though it's flying. That'll get you resupply retrieval, so congratulations. And we can continue to the next mission, Explosive Disarmament. So we begin our level on a truck. There's not much we can do until the truck stops, unfortunately.
At last, the truck has stopped. Need to get ready for action. Keep my senses sharp.
So the first collectible is here. Nice and easy, no enemies. So we'll have some enemies around the corner here. This is the M9. We get to use this one instead of the Desert Eagle. We can get this guy with a grenade. Then we can move off to the next area once we get the last guy, who's right here. I'm going to show you the AK-47, so let me just find a bad guy. As you can see, that's why I'm not in favor of it anyway. Why I'm happy to swap it out. Plus it's good for the infinite ammo trick. The enemies seem to use the AK the most. So in this window will be a bad guy. Just here. Can't ambush us if we ambush him first. I'm gonna head down this way. And when we get down here, there'll be some enemies we need to face. Right, when we get through here. On the left will be one as well hiding. And when we get through here, we'll get a few more. And up this way, we're basically going to be battling uphill to get the rest. As you can see, when we move, there'll be a few more that spawn up on the hill. And to our left as well, just slightly hidden out of sight. So right here to the left, as I was saying, he's just out of sight. So there'll be an enemy to our right and one to our left. The ones on our left will be up here. So there'll be one in front of us, but slightly to the left behind the wall will also be one, and there'll be some on the right here. Gonna crawl past this window so that way that one doesn't see me. Got a surprise for him later. But this is the guy behind the wall that I mentioned. So we're gonna go across here and there'll be a guy at this sandbag and another guy at a window. But we can crawl past that window again for a bit of fun. You of course can shoot him. He's right here. But if you're crouching, he doesn't activate, which is quite funny. So when we get through here, we'll have one guy at the bottom and one at the top. So again, we'll have another guy here at the window, but if we're crouching, he won't activate. So now we can go a little knife happy for some fun. Since he turned around and spotted me, I'll get him first. Right here is the second guy that well, technically he was the first, but the second guy we can knife. And last but not least, right in the face. So now we can continue through here. To our right here will be some more enemies. They'll be in this area. When we proceed, more will spawn in front of us. Just be careful of your left and right, some can be behind you here. There'll be some behind the storage containers as well, so just be aware of them. And some to the left here, where the barricades are. You can throw a grenade, if it'll let me get my grenades out. Well, at least I got him, even if it wasn't exactly what I meant. And then I'll take them out. There'll be another guy up here we can take out. And this guy's facing the wrong way, so I'm just going to take advantage. And then he just turned around 360. I don't know how he heard me when I was crouching. So there's going to be a few people in this area. We can use this as cover, so we can get a better angle on them. As you can see, explosives aren't very good. He was standing right next to that and it didn't help. So when we activate this, there'll be a few enemies that spawn. So just be aware of that. So I just want to head to the objective marker. Grab ammo while we're at it, since we're low. You come out here, and this is where the collectible is, just on this table. Then we can hit the button. This allows us to go into the next area. We can head to our right and down the cliff, and then we're going to head right again. When we get into the open area, we will have to deal with some more enemies. Then we can head up this way, and we need to head up the left side so that we can cross a bridge. As you can see it above us. When we get across, there'll be more enemies we have to deal with on the left. Quite a few. Don't forget to check your left. There's always an enemy hiding, usually on the left. In my case, there was two hiding on the left. But with that, we can continue on. We want to take the zip line. When we take the zip line, will be the next collectible. And then we can just jump down and move to the next objective. We'll have some enemies, as you can see, we're gonna have to deal with, hiding behind the rocks. Once we've dealt with that, we can continue into the town of sorts while taking out more enemies.
دخيل تم رصد قوات العدو. دخيل هذا
Want to head to the left here. Over this fence. So we want to disarm the explosive, and then the enemies will spawn.
Let's see. Red, blue, green. Damn it, I need to focus and get this right.
دخيل تم رصد قوات العدو. دخيل يا هذا
There are a couple of enemies up here. One's got his back to me. It's disappointing how useless explosives are.
دخيل
Now the door is open so we can go through. We'll have a couple of enemies to deal with. You can get an enemy right here with a frag grenade. And then we can head through this open door. I want to head this way. And over the fence. And then we'll have more enemies to fight. There is a minefield here as well, so just be careful with that. Don't go too far out, because you will activate them.
تم رصد قوات العدو.
This is the sign, as I mentioned earlier, about the minefield, so just be careful. So when we disarm the explosive, we will have some more enemies to deal with. Oh, that's where he's hiding. When we disarm the explosive, we'll have more enemies to deal with.
تم رصد قوات العدو. دخيل. تم رصد تم رصد قوات العدو.
Guys, mind, I was in the middle of reloading. So there'll be some in the houses, and there'll also be some basically in front of us. Again, we're going to be going through the area gunning the enemies.
دخيل. تم رصد.
Just be careful of them doing that. You don't want them to destroy what health you have.
تم رصد قوات.
Just easy to knife sometimes. Once we're through all that, we have to head this way.
تم رصد قوات العدو. يا هذا.
If we head this way, there's a collectible that we have to get. That's the last collectible, so congratulations. So when we go through here, we need to first I'm trying to find someone, but since they're not around, there's a guy hiding here. You can get him with a grenade. And there's the guy that I was looking for. That's where he's hiding. Watch out for the minefield again. There is a minefield around this area. So we can disarm the bomb. And that's the guy we killed with the grenade.
That's the last one. HQ, all bombs have been defused, and the supplies are secured.
Great work, Viper. The exfiltration zone is available. Make your way there for extraction.
So we have to head this way.
يا هذا دخيل.
Dealing with enemies as we go. You want to jump up here and you can actually stand on this to use it as a good spot to see the enemies and fire at them before you jump down. Because as you can see, they come out.
تم رصد قوات العدو. دخيل. تم رصد
So we just have to go through this house. There will be enemies inside. I was going to throw a frag grenade, but I have none left. We go through this gap and then we can head to the mission end, and that completes the mission. Congratulations. Now we're on to signal reconnaissance. So for this mission we want to head straight. And to our right we won't have enemies to face for a little bit. And to our left. Slightly right. Then our left again. And through this door. Now when we go through this door again, we will have some enemies to face. That'll be around the corner. You can choose to ignore them, except for one of them. And that's the ones that are out in the open. There will be a collectible too, so don't forget to get that. This collectible would be just here. And we go under this. And we can collect it off this table. That's the first collectible for this area. Then we can go up. And this is the enemy. We can ignore the one. If you want to shoot him, you can. He's just behind the barricade. But we want to head up like so. You can see him right there. Oh, it's a rock, not a barricade. Okay. Either way, he's behind an object. And then we want to go to the radio. So there will be a guy that appears here. He's the only one we have to take out. Then we just have to wait for the timer. Once it reaches 100%, as long as your health is max, you can do this nice little trick. It'll skip a lot of the enemies, but we can just fall down here. It'll take half your health, so just wait for that to recharge. But I'm not going to wait, of course. And we want to head in and go behind this wall. This wall will have a guy that comes from the left, but the rest of it's safe. Right there he will come from. So you want to lean out and get this guy. So kill both of them and the guy should appear. So we can kill him. And we can kill the guy in the distance. He jumps over the fence there, so that's why this is a good spot, because we can keep getting him. And he will keep seeing us, so he will come to us. And the guy behind us has shown up, so we can kill him first. So I'll lean out again. And if you wait for the guy on the roof like so, all we have to do is get a shot and make him run to us. And watch this. He jumps on him like a turtle. Didn't know Mario was in this game. Just a fun little thing that happens. Oh, I really hate when they do this. Thankfully, he was just by the wall this time. I'm waiting for the guy on the roof before I kill this guy because I want to see him do another Mario. And I'm also low on ammo, so I'm gonna quickly change this out and get some ammo. There we go. So watch. Wait till he stands up, shoot him in the stomach. And Mario. Once the door opens, we know that the enemies are dead, so while the door isn't opened, we know there's more coming. That door there, you just have to keep an eye on it. As you can see, it just opened then. So that means we can finish off the enemies. Like I said, try to make sure you keep an eye on your ammo, so that way you can change it out when you need full ammo. There'll be two enemies that came through the... Sorry, 3 enemies that came through the door. I always thought there was 2. And there'll be one waiting for us. So there's 4 enemies in total. So we can shoot this window and we can throw a grenade through it. This is where our grenades can come in handy for something like this. There's actually 2 guys inside. And we got one of them. And then we can go this way. And we can get the collectible. This is the second collectible. So the second enemy is just in the corner here. So we can take him out. The first enemy is on the left there that we took out with the grenade. And in here will be 3 enemies. And there's one in the corner. So when we jump down here, there'll be 2 enemies in the window shop on the right. So you want to get cover so we can take them out. You can use a grenade if you can get the angle, and you can grenade them. Fortunately for me, my grenade was too far, but that's okay. So then there's an enemy in the distance right there at the barricade, and one on the left near the closer barricade. So we can take both of them out. So there'll be an enemy in this shop here, so throw a grenade. And you should be able to get him if the grenade goes in. The second grenade got him. And then we can shoot this guy here. And that's the last guy for this ambush spot. Then we want to go into the building. There'll be a guy up these stairs. Somehow he spotted me. Try to get a headshot on him. Then there'll be someone in here. Once we get him, once he pops up, we can go upstairs. There'll be, I think, one more guy in here. Yep. Then we can go through the door and over this and into this building. And we want to go upstairs. There'll be a satellite we need to plant, and we can use it as cover. So you want to get into cover about here and plant the satellite. You'll have the 2 people in front of you and the 2 people on the right to deal with, but the people behind us we don't have to worry about. And with the satellite, it protects us from them. I had to come out a little bit more because I was in a bit too much because I couldn't get my shot on me. First guy on the roof. But we just want to hang out here until the download is at 100. Now that the download's finished, we can head to the left here and take out these 2 guys. So there'll be a guy that spawned, and you can shoot the air conditioners, I'm gonna call them, and they explode, but unfortunately he wasn't close enough to them. I just wanted to show you they do explode. There's an important reason I'm showing you that this early. So we want to head downstairs. We don't have to worry about anyone in the house. It'll be outside the house that we have to deal with people. So when we go around this corner, we'll have 2 enemies. One on the left and one on this barricade. And so when we go down the alleyway, there'll be another enemy. And then we can get out our knife for the last enemy if you want to. You don't have to, but he'll be around the corner here. And we can quickly knife him. So there'll be an enemy on the right in the blue building up on the top. And an enemy that comes from the same sort of direction, but he'll be on the ground. and I failed throwing my grenade at him, but I got the one on the ground, so I classify that as a win with the grenade. There'll be another enemy that shows up here that we want to kill, and one in the window. So before we progress, we want to go to the move icon. This is just so that it will give us the next objective, which is behind us, which is to pick up the explosives. So we'll have 2 enemies in the facing front of us, but we can't get one of them, and then one to the left here. So when we come out a bit more, he'll be to the left near the boxes. And there's actually a collectible near him. So that's the 3rd collectible. When we go in this room, there'll be another enemy, so you can either shoot him or run in with a knife like I am, and just slice him. The explosives will be right here that we can collect. It didn't happen this run, but there's a fun little thing you can do with the enemy that does spawn when you place the explosives. If you're quick enough and he spots you, you can actually get him to stand in front of the explosives and blow him up. So place this one first, place the second one, and then when you place the 3rd one, run and slide by pushing B, which is crouch, behind the car. If he sees you, he'll head to that spot and stand there. If he doesn't, he'll stay in his position, which is here. And it's pretty funny to watch him walk up to the explosion and get exploded with it. But I just knifed him this time since he didn't do it. So there'll be a few enemies in the shop here, as well as at the barricade, and there's one to our left. So just take them out as you go. I was trying to see if his buddy could kill him, because there is a guy behind him shooting him. As you can see, I'm getting hit markers, but I got impatient. So there'll be a guy that spawns in this shop, and there's a guy across in the other shop. I can show off the M9 as well. But with this mission marker, you can actually give it a wide berth and go around it. There'll be some enemies here while we're doing this. So let's go take out the enemies first, then I can explain. So we can head to the collectible now. So with the mission marker, if you go around it like that and you avoid it and then you continue on, you will actually get stuck in the game. it doesn't register you doing any moving when it says move, unless you hit it like so. So make sure with that one in particular, because you can avoid it, not even deliberately, that you do check it off before you move on. So you want to make sure you see that move marker change. There'll be a guy in the shop here, and 2 guys come out around the corner, and they just unloaded on me. And since he's at the door, I'll just knife him instead. Save me that bit of ammo, so that way I can just change it out. So we want to go through this shop, and there'll be an enemy here, and then there'll be no enemies for a little bit. We can go through this way, and we can get the next collectible, which is down this way, and on this table. Congrats on getting all the collectibles for this mission. And now we can head to the finish. More or less, we still have a few things we have to do. So when we go through this area here, there'll be some more enemies we need to face. Once they're all taken care of, we can climb this ladder. So they actually want us to go all this way around and do like this monkey course, but you can actually make it from here. So if you jump across here, you can then run and jump here, and you can make it across without having to do the monkey course. And it also stops one enemy from spawning, and we can continue on without much trouble. But if you're having trouble doing that jump, you might be better off just doing the monkey course. So we want to go into the building and go up the stairs. And we want to go through this door. And then up these stairs again. Then we want to go up one more time. There'll be 2 enemies when we come up here. And we can shoot the air conditioner as I referred to them. But sadly it didn't kill either of them, which I was quite shocked about, since they're literally right next to it. So with those 2 dead, we want to come around here and go up a ladder. So this is where I wanted to show why you can shoot air conditioners. So we have to go over there. That's the mission marker. And there's an air conditioner right here where we have to take a zip line. And I recommend destroying it, because if the AI shoot it, or even accidentally, and blow it up while we're on the zip line, it will kill us, and we have to start again, which is very painful. There's 3 of them, and once you get them killed, we can continue on. You want to destroy the air conditioner here. This will kill an enemy, so we don't have to worry about him. As you can see, he's up there. Then you want to run and jump here. You wouldn't want to fall down now. And we can kill this guy. And then we can head up this ladder here. And before we cross, shoot this air conditioner. And then use the zip line. Always just in case, don't want it near us. It only takes 1 enemy. So you want to shoot the air conditioner here. That'll kill the enemy that's behind it. Then we want to jump across and shoot the other air conditioner. It's a little bit of a tough shot because the box is blocking it, but you can get it on that side there, and that'll destroy the second enemy that's hiding behind it. Makes this a bit of the level a little bit easier. Then we can take the zipline once we destroy these 2 air conditioners. I just don't like having them near us. I don't feel safe, since it only takes 1 explosion to kill us. Then you want to use the satellite for cover, so you want to be about here. There'll be guys on our left and guys on our right, but because we're behind the satellite, it gives us a bit of coverage from them. And there's also guys behind us.
تم رصد قوات
All antennas are set up.
Great work, Viper. The signal is strong and we're receiving the transmissions. Head to the extraction point for exfiltration.
Then we can go downstairs. We will have enemies in this building, so be aware when we go downstairs, he'll be at the stairs. And then when we go down again, there'll be a couple enemies in the corners. I liked watching him slide across the floor, that was funny. Then we have to go through the blue door and around the corner. We'll have a few more enemies, but we're close to the finish line, so we just have to take them out and then we can run to the finish line. As you can see, there's mission end. The main reason I don't just run for the end is because you do gotta be careful of your health to a degree. With that, the mission is completed and you get your achievement. Congratulations. And with that, we can continue on to classified cargo.
I'm on the ground, moving towards the village. There seems to be some suspicious activity in the area. I'll head towards the industrial sector to gather...
So for this one, there'll be an enemy around the corner.
Copy that, Viper.
Another enemy.
Keep us updated on any new developments.
And then around the corner again, this corner here, there's a third enemy we can use a grenade on. It's quite fun, and if you're lucky, sometimes you'll get the enemy that's on the left side around the corner with the grenade. I didn't this time. So I can just take him out there. It'll be a guy on the window, so just be aware I'm ready to take him out. And then when we go inside, there'll be 2 enemies in the windows here. So smash the window and then throw a grenade. Throw it slightly above the window, like so. And that'll take out both of them. I'm not sure why grenades weren't included in the tutorial. Seems like an odd thing not to include. But once we come out, we'll have a guy the barricade and a guy on our left, as well as a guy on our right. The weapons, you can't take the attachments off. There'll be a guy on the roof here, that's why I'm ignoring the guy on my left. There is also a guy on the left, just behind the rock. He's going to run off into the distance. I think I got him, but I'm not sure. There'll be two people that come out as we go further. And there'll be another guy near a barricade just in the distance there. I'm going to check to make sure I killed this guy. And it looked like I did. Sweet. So there'll be another guy as we're progressing just in the distance here. So we have to go this way to get the first collectible. And the second collectible is actually not that far from here. Just gonna change out my gun so I can get some ammo. So I want to take out this guy. And then this window here you want to shoot out. Also deal with this guy. And we're gonna throw a grenade through it, but be careful when throwing grenades. I'd never had this happen, but I hit the little basically windowsill part and that threw my grenade off, and we don't want to blow up, so I had to bolt. So you want to make sure you throw it into the gap. A little bit annoying that was solid instead of being hollow, because the grenade should have gone through, but that'll kill the guy inside, and then we can go inside ourselves. And on this table would be the second collectible. I told you it was pretty close. So as we're going through here, there'll be some more enemies we have to deal with. As you can see, there's a guy in the distance there. One on the roof here. This guy was giving me some trouble for some reason. But once he's dealt with, there's a guy here you can just run up and knife. And as you can see there, they can just shred your health really badly. But I was determined to knife him since he ran up to me and didn't die, because he should have died in that window there. There'll be a guy on your left here. And then we can head down into this cavern. There will be a few enemies as we go through here, all usually behind rocks to the right and left of us, so just be careful to edge yourself through, and you can take them out. Once they're all taken care of, we're in another open field. There'll be two enemies, one on the right of us, above us slightly, and one in front of us. There'll be a second one in the distance here, technically a third. But this is the guy I was talking about that would be right above us. And there'll also be someone in the watchtower. So we can take out the guy in the watchtower. And then we can take the guy out here. There'll be a guy behind this rock, so just make sure you reload. We can take him out, then we can head where we're supposed to, which which is up this way. There'll be 2 guys when we round the corner, both behind barricades. There'll be 2 guys in the windows. So in this window there's 1 guy, as you can see right there. And in this window there'll be another. We can throw a grenade in this one just to save ourselves some trouble. There'll also be a guy that spawns here. So we'll take care of him first. And there we go, we got rid of that one. The other reason I wanted to throw a grenade in there is just to show you something funny. So we got 2 guys here because the guy up top didn't die. Technically you'd only have 1 if he died when he was supposed to. And then there'll be 2 guys as we're progressing. And now we'll be in this area here, so there'll be a guy in this window. And as you know, we threw a grenade, so he shouldn't be. But right there is one of them. And we can knife him because he didn't notice us. And right here is the other one. This guy should have died with the grenade, but because they only spawn when you hit certain spots, they actually weren't in the room when we threw the grenade. When we go through this door, there'll be that guy at the barricade, then we can hit the button. This will open the gate and we can continue on. But yeah, it is quite funny to throw a grenade in a building and the guy standing right next to the other guy survives just because he hasn't spawned in yet. So we can run down and we'll have a couple of enemies that have spawned. Once we take them out, we can continue through. Then we can take out some more enemies. Now that we're up to this building. There is a collectible up here as well. So we want to take the enemies out here from the distance before we activate the marker. So if you need to shoot them to bring them closer, like I have, I would recommend that. Don't know where the hell he ran off to. Back to his location. That's okay. So we want to open the door and the collectible is inside. So if you time it right, when you walk backwards here, you can actually get the enemies that will spawn when we go through. First we're going to take out this guy. And another one. Okay, we're going to take out a couple of guys here, because they decided not to join in on the fun until after we went through. Just going to get some more ammo first. So when we go through, if you want to use your grenades for this part, you can. I unfortunately don't have any. But basically when we move backwards, you'll see 2 guys spawn. And that's when you can throw your grenade and get them both. Then we can head off this way. Get this guy. Climb this box. Climb the next box. Climb the third. And then climb up. Now if you fall down here, don't worry about it, it's not a big deal, but you can actually just jump to the container here, and from this container jump to the next one, and then just jump over. This right here is, you can knock down, so if you do fall down, just knock that over and you can come through. I just wanted to jump over it because I could. So we'll go through this area here and into, once we open this door, this area. Ignore the first door, we want to go to the second door. There is enemies in the first door area, we just want the second door area enemies first, so that way when we're coming back we don't have to go as far. So there'll be the first enemy right there, there'll be 2 enemies in here, one in front of us and one on the right. We need to collect 10 pieces of paper. This is the first one. These are not related to the collectibles, this is a mission objective. They're mixed in between the buildings, so that's why we have to go through both buildings. There'll be, I think, 3 enemies in this building. There's 2. Yeah, because there's one in front of us, there's the one to the left, and there's one to the right. So when he pops up, there'll be one on the right here. So in this right here will be another one, it says top secret. It's quite funny. So there's one enemy in here. This is the one with 2. And then the piece of paper is in this book location here. And that's all the piece of papers in this area. As you can see, the doors are locked, so we can't go through them. We have to head back downstairs and into the other building, which will also have enemies. The first paper is pretty much a gimme, it's right here, and then we can go through the door and take out the enemies in this room. There'll be one behind this box. And there'll be a piece of paper right here. Then we can go through here, there'll be a couple of enemies here. So there's a guy on the right, we can just shoot him if we can get the angle. There's also a guy on our left. And then we can get the piece of paper. So the piece of paper is right here, in between the 2 stacks of books. Then we can go upstairs, where we have 2 enemies. We can angle to get this one enemy. Can take a little bit of work, but once you get the angle, we can take him out, and then the other one will be on the left here. Then we can go through here and take out the enemy on our right. So then we can collect the document here, and that is all the documents. So the reason we saved this one is we can go through this window here. You need to smash the window and you can't use your knife. Your knife cannot reach it, which is disappointing. And from here we can actually see the enemies coming in, as you can see, and if you angle yourself you can take them out from this window.
يا هذا دخيل تم رصد قوات العدو.
When we go into the next area, there's going to be 2 or 3 enemies. So there's this guy in the corner. And then there's another guy to our left here. And then a third guy. And once we come out, there'll be 2 more enemies facing this direction. So we can take both of them out. Once we kill these enemies, we don't want to move on because there is a collectible nearby we want to go get first. There'll be another enemy that shows up because I moved forward. And then we want to go around here and we want to grab the collectible in this tank repair area or storage area, depending on what you decide it is. So I want to head this way. I'm going to get some more ammo. And there'll be an enemy around the corner. And as we get up here, there'll be a few more enemies around the corner.
يا هذا
So as we move forward, on our left will be some enemies, because we can't go through the gate, but there is a hole in the wall on the left. And then above, in these sandbag locations, will be 2 enemies, and then when we come through there'll be another enemy. 2 enemies, both behind barricades. The glow sticks are designed to tell you where to go, and I actually do like that. I like that they added something to show you where to go. It's pretty linear, but it's nice, just in case you do get lost. So as we move forward, we'll have more enemies to take out that are hiding behind barricades, and there's even one up on this wall here. So just take your time to take them out before we progress.
تم رصد
So we have to climb over this fence, and when we do, we're going to get some more enemies attacking us. So when I head down here, we're going to go get a collectible while there's no enemies. These enemies will spawn later, but because we haven't done the thing we need to do, they don't spawn currently. So in my opinion, it's the best time to go and get the collectible. This is technically the last collectible, but we're doing it early, so it's the second last collectible for us. Because the collectible next that we need to do is actually locked behind us doing certain objectives. Once we do the objectives, then we can get access to it. So we want to go into this storage facility here. So inside here we're going to have to do something early just to save ourselves a bit of time. So over here will be 2 crates, and there is not a pickup button. We have to literally push them out like so. And we want to push them outside the warehouse. This will save us a little bit of time. Well, not too hard to push at least, but yeah. It's definitely a choice to make us push them out like this. Once they're out like so, you go and get the next one, because you don't want to get them too close to the truck, because this game doesn't like when you do objectives early. So we just want it outside the warehouse, and that's it. With both of them, we will have to do a third one, which is right here. As you can see, it says Top Secret Army Intel, do not open. We cannot get that one without going around and doing what we're required, so we want to go over here. And as you can see, we've got to go through this door and upstairs. There'll be a few enemies up here. They'll be on our right. There's no enemies on our left that we have to worry about, thankfully. Just all in front of us now. There's also one, once we kill him, one more enemy on our left, right here. Once we've done that, we can come downstairs, open the door, and then we can jump up this set of boxes and push this last box down.
Oops, I hope it's not fragile.
And then we can push that outside as well. So being outside, we can now push the boxes into the truck. We will get attacked by people, so just be aware of that. We can push the second box in, and again more people will spawn. Or have already spawned that we haven't killed yet, that we will have to kill. This guy's like, hold up, I want to be cargo. So now we've got the last box to push in, and we've got 3 pieces of cargo and a body. That's what they asked for, right?
Cargo secured. Requesting extraction.
Copy that, Viper. We're sending a chopper to extract you. Take the cargo to the
Remember to check your ammo if you need to get more. So we want to head over to this spot here. We're going to go inside this area, and this area will have the last collectible. It's technically the second last, but because we got the other one earlier, this will be the last one for us. So we have to go in this room, and there'll be a bunch of C4 we need to pick up. So when we pick up the last one, this door will open. I'll see if I can time it so you can watch. and out pops a bad guy, and that means we've got to go upstairs because the door that we came in is now locked. So there'll be a few guys up here we just have to take out, so just carefully make your way upstairs, slowly taking them out. Once we've taken them out, we can go through this door, and inside will be the last collectible. Congrats on getting all the collectibles for this level. Now we just have to finish this level. So again, when we get downstairs, there'll be a few bad guys we have to take out. And it'll be the same when we get outside. This is what prevents us from actually opening the door. I thought that was quite cool that they actually added a box in front of the door. A lot of games don't do that. It'll just suddenly be locked. So we just want to take out the people that are here. And then we can head to the next objective. The next objective will again have people we have to face. This is why we went and got the collectible early, because then we didn't have to deal with them while we were getting it. There'll be one guy on the roof here. There'll be a guy to our right in this alleyway. And there's a couple of guys in front of us as well. Once we've taken them out, we can place the C4. You want to place the third one last, so place the first one here, the second one, and then the third one here. And then you want to bolt straight away and slide behind this tank, because if you only have 10 seconds before it explodes. And this will give you the best cover from everything, and we can also watch the explosion.
Last objective is in place. Time to exfil.
Now we just need to make our way back to the car. As you can see here, I'll show you, you can't exit the IA this way, but you can use it as cover if you need to. So just make your way killing the last few people till we can get to the exit of the mission, and then this mission is done. Going to the truck finishes this. Congratulations on feeding classified cargo. Now we have Runway Assault. Runway Assault starts in a helicopter, and it can be a bit of a laggy mission, I will say that early. So basically we don't have anything equipped right now.
Target in sight. Prepare for contact.
Locked and loaded. Ready for action.
And once we see our weapon, that's when we've got equipment, so you want to change to either the assault rifle or the Eagle. Want to take those two out, then quickly change to the explosive gun and drop one to destroy all three. Then we want to reload, get the explosive back out, and when you see the first guy, kill the two guys that spawn. Then we want to reload again. And this time we want to aim it very carefully in the center here to get this guy. Then we want to change to the pistol, the Desert Eagle, and we want to take out this guy. Can be a bit hard because you can't see through the ferns. Then we can reload again. We want to change to our assault rifle, and we want to aim for the air conditioners. So the first one you want to aim for is this one. Then the second one you want to aim for is this one here. Then you want to reload, aim downwards, and get the one just here, and the one here. Then we can change again to the Desert Eagle. I tried to get a few extra shots on him, but wasn't able. Make sure you reload all your guns while you got the chance. Then we can change to the Desert Eagle, and we can take these two out. Reload your Desert Eagle so it's ready. And then we want to change to the explosive gun again. So you want to aim it in the middle and fire. Then you want to reload so you'll have enough time. Grab the assault rifle, shoot the air conditioner, this will kill the guy on the roof. Then you want to reload again, get out the explosive gun, and shoot just here. That'll kill those two. Then we can change to the Desert Eagle, and there'll be 3 guards in this tower we need to kill. With the 3 guards dead, we want to then change to the explosive gun once we reload our ammos. There'll be 3 guys on the ground. And we can take them out. Fortunately, the barricade protected him, but not the second shot. Can take out the last one with the assault rifle. There'll be 2 more enemies that spawn once we get the helicopter closer to its landing point. So, get out the explosive gun. As long as you've got the 2 bullets, you should be good. There'll be a guy that comes running across. You've got to wait a few seconds and destroy it. This will kill the other guy that spawns behind the wall. About there. And then if you aim just correctly before you drop, you can get the 2 on the right here. You have to aim at the wall just behind the guy that's shooting us. And if done right, you'll get both of them. If not, one might still live, which is fine. With the ammo in the explosive gun, you can waste it all because even keeping any rounds in the second clip won't restore it. The glitch only restores 1 bullet at a time, which I will show in a minute. I'm just getting some ammo back. We'll kill him. As you can see, we killed the second guy with that 1 explosion, so we don't have to worry about him. So you want to do the trick to get the ammo, and it'll give you 1 round in the, we'll call it the noob tube. And you can use it as much as you want. Just be careful because it can kill you. The explosive radius if you fire close to you. But it can be very handy for this mission as well. So I want to kill the rest of the guys. I'm not going to use the noob tube because they're very difficult to get from this distance. And also if they run at you and you fire, you could kill yourself. I'm going to use it in other areas where it'll be something that helps. This mission has one really annoying thing though, and this is why I try to take out everyone in the helicopter. It, depending on how many people survive in the helicopter, seems to depend on how long before it gets laggy, but the game will get very laggy as the missions and the objectives continue on. Seems that killing the people in the helicopter, so it doesn't have to remove them, reduces the lag to a degree. I just wanted to explain that before we move on. Right now I'm just having a drink, that's why my character's moving like that. So, we want to move forward. And right here would be 2 people that spawn. This is where we can use the new tube to get them both. And then we can reload it again, because we can use it again straight away. Very handy weapon to have. When we get down here and we turn around the corner, there'll be 2 guys that spawn. If you aim at the right spot, just at the back of the wall sort of, you can get them both from behind the rock. Then we can reload it again. It's good to reload it early, even if you don't need it. Just be careful, because you can blow yourself up, and I'd hate for you to hit the trigger button and do that. So we want to go into this hangar. There'll be 1 guy in front of us, and 1 guy to the left. Sorry, to the right. Got my left and right confused. But right there. And once we mark that off, we can head out. So we can use jump crouch to get onto this, and from there we can kill this guy with the noob tube. And then we can jump back down and head off. There'll be another guy behind the rock, and we'll just take him out with normal gunfire. We don't want to use the noob tube on that. So we want to go into the place here. And there's no one in this one. I was thinking of the last one. So we want to go into the last hangar, which is right here. And there will be a guy behind this container. That's who I was thinking of. We can use the noob tube on him if you want. You don't have to, but it is quite fun. And it's one of the only missions we get it in, so why not?
No luck. It seems the cargo has already been transported.
We can't let them get away with it.
I do prefer
Search for
this
any
gun,
clues or information that could lead us
so that's
to
why I
its
picked up
location.
his gun for this mission, and I do recommend it because it has 40 rounds over 30. And as you can see, I managed to kill this guy with the Desert Eagle just before he went out of my sight, so that was lucky. I actually wasn't sure if I got him, so I was happy to see him dead. So there is a guy we're going to be using the noob tube on here. He hides behind a container. It's just easier to use this to get him, so you want to aim right in the middle of the container about here and fire. That will take him out. Then we can reload it. There'll be a guy in the distance. You could use the noob tube on if you want, but I prefer to drag him out a little bit with some pot shots and then kill him in the street, since we need to reload the ammo for the noob tube for this part. It makes it much easier. So we have to open the door and then walk through to activate them. Once you do that, shoot out the top window, get out the noob tube and fire into the top window. Then we want to go to the gun, which I forgot where it was for a second, and then we want to change the ammo out. Then we want to go to the right window here and shoot it out. Then carefully shoot the new tube into it. Try not to hit the wall. So take out those two. And then we can exchange the ammo again. So we can shoot out the front window. And then you gotta go to the right side and fire, like so. If you fire straight on, you won't kill them. So make sure you go to the right side like I did. And then we can exchange the ammo again just so we have it. There are a couple of noob tubes inside and there is a collectible. I do take off without getting the collectible, but I do go back. It's just because I slightly forgot because I was so excited that I got all of them with the noob tube, because generally there's usually one that I miss. So as you can see here, they're all dead. This guy would be behind the table and this guy would be in front of the window. And then you had the two in this room. This guy looks like he broke his neck falling down the stairs, which is great. And as you can see, there's the two people up here. We just have to collect all the pieces of paper, so it's pretty easy now that everyone's dead.
I found the road plan. It looks like
And also that's where we were shooting the people on the roof. The helicopter.
Great work. We need to stop that convoy before it reaches its destination. Use any means necessary to intercept and secure the cargo.
So don't leave just yet. I left a bit too early because, like I said, I was focused on being happy. We have to go back and get the collectible. This is the first collectible, and it's just under the stairs. As you can see, the two tube guns are in there. Just in case you fail the glitch, I recommend not collecting them, so that way if the gun disappears you can pick that one of those up and then you won't have to restart to get that gun back if you want it. So right here we can, if we're quick enough, kill the guys that are spawning. I missed one unfortunately, but I got the guy behind the barrier, so it's not a total loss. There was a guy behind this wall. I was hoping to reload with the noob tube, but unfortunately I could not, so we just have to blast him normally. So we want to reload the gun. It's good to reload it just so you have it for when you need it, rather than have to look for a gun later. And then we want to go around this way and through here. And then around this building. You'll see the two guys we got here. Quite proud of the fact we got everybody. When we go through this section, there will be a bunch of people we need to kill. There'll be a guy to our left, a guy that spawns behind us, a guy to our right. So you want to crouch and then kill the first guy that spawns on our left here. Then to our right, the guy here. There'll be another guy just off to the left as well, but we're not worried about him just yet. Right there. We want to get this guy on our right. And for a bit of fun, because we crouched and we knew he was going to come in, we can actually knife him. Always good to be able to save that bit of ammo. So there'll be two guys in this section when we go up. They're hiding behind the walls usually. So just carefully come out and see if you can get them. And then this part I wanted to point out is pretty funny. Look mate, you got a bit of red on you. Look at that. Just making sure all my ammo is good before we continue on. So when we go in here, there will be more enemies that spawn. There's only one at this point. but it allows us to go in here. And right behind this is the second collectible. So then we want to come out to the left, and there's a guy here, and there should be one behind the wall. Right there. Then we can go into the house. And to the left here is another guy. So when we go through this door, if you're quick enough, I unfortunately wasn't, you can actually open the door and head back. And if you crouch, he won't see you, and then you could kill him, and he just stands there. Unfortunately, because I wasn't quick enough, he saw me, so there'll be a guy on our left, just above as well. So we can take him out, and a guy on our right, just in the corner here. Then we can get out the noob tube, once we get some more ammo. And in this corner here, we can use it to kill an enemy that's hiding. And then we can reload it, and we can do the same thing again, because just a little bit further is the same thing. Up here, right behind this one. Then we can reload it for a third time, because there'll be an enemy on our left that's up above on a house that we can use it on. Then we can reload it one more time for the next section, which it will come in handy for. Like I said, it's a very fun gun to use for this mission, and it does come in handy a lot. So we want to open this door. There'll be no enemies at the moment. And we can shoot out this window and then fire into this window. Unfortunately, we can't fire into the bottom window because of the angle. It would kill us, so it's not worth it. So there will be a few enemies downstairs still that we have to deal with. So just be aware of that. And once we go upstairs and do the objective, there'll be some enemies in the courtyard. You could, if you want, reload the gun and use it on them in the courtyard. But again, I don't like the risk, so I don't do that. Because it only takes it to stuff up once and blow you up, and you're repeating the whole thing. So I like to be careful when using it. It's just as easy to get shots from here with the gun that we're currently using. And the sight on it isn't too bad. And with them taken care of, we can head downstairs and out of this place to the next objective. Reloading our ammo if we need it, and our gun that we do need to reload. The collectible is in the door here, not in the locked one. Once we go through here, we'll have some more enemies that spawn. There'll be these two here, and there'll be one behind the wall. So I do go into the wrong building here, so ignore the fact that I go into this building. It does get a little bit confusing. We're supposed to go into the building behind us, but at least you get to see what the building looks like inside, so it's not a complete waste. Interestingly enough, this building does have a door under the stairs as well, but nothing in it. It would have been nice if they placed some guns or something there. But we want to head into this one, and when we go into the next room, there will be two enemies. This room here. And if we angle ourselves just right, we can actually use the noob tube from a distance like so, and get both of them. I find closing the doors sometimes does help with the lag as well. So we want to go into the building on the left here. Again, we'll have some more enemies as we go in. So just take them out as you go. Once we're in this courtyard, there'll be a few enemies. There's also an enemy on top of the tower. So just take them out as you go again. Using the door as cover, because the door is actually pretty good cover. So there's an enemy on the right here that we can get with the noob tube. If you aim just here. And then if we reload it, we can get the enemy that's on the left as well. We just have to find a gun first, because sometimes their bodies are not near their guns. Okay, right here. Change this one out because I need ammo, and then I'll change out the noob tube to get some ammo in that. So right here you want to aim to the left, and I was a little bit off, but luckily we can do it again, and this time I won't be off. And then we want to reload it one more time, so that way it's got some ammo in it. And we want to head this way. And then we want to collect the mines. Shoot the wall here, and you'll get the guy that's hiding there. Then we can exchange out the ammo again, and we can actually get the next guy. He's just at the ground here, so aim at the door, and you'll get him. And then we can exchange the ammo out again. And we can change to our other gun. There'll be a few enemies that spawn that we can take out. This guy's in the roof, so I'm just going to use the noob tube on him as well, and then exchange again. So we want to head this way, and we'll have a few enemies that spawn. So let's take them out as you go. And there'll be one on our right, just behind this. So for fun, I'm just going to blow him up. And his gun I have on me, so I clicked the ammo instead. So I'll reload with this gun, because we do need the noob tube for the next part, because it makes it easier to take out the two guys that spawn straight away. So when we jump or climb by running at this fence, the be three people that show up, one to the right of us and these two in front of us. So we want to get out the noob tube, and when we move forward there's going to be two people that run into this area, so you want to get both of them, and then we can reload it. Then we want to take out the guy here on the roof. It's easier not to use the explosive weapon for this part. There's a guy right here we need to take out. And then there's a guy right here next to this tree. And then with him dead, we can move on. So there'll be a guy that appears up to the barricade on the left here, so we can kill him. And there'll be a guy on the right of the wall here, so if you shoot the tube there, you'll kill him, and then we can just reload the ammo. When we go up here, there'll be a guy that spawns behind us on the roof. You can see that's the guy there. There'll be another guy on the roof in front of us, and a couple of people that are running and gunning. So behind us will be the guy on the roof. So with them all dead, we can reload our ammo if we need it. And then we can move on to the next location, dealing with the enemies as they come. So there'll be some enemies upstairs here. There's one guy and a second guy just on the corner. Right here. So as we make our way through, we'll have a couple more enemies spawn on the wall here. And then I think it's 1 or 2 that attack us to the left. Be careful because it's getting a little bit laggy, and when they tend to run and gun you, it's hard to get the shots when it gets laggy, so we can get out the noob tube here and fire at this wall. This will kill the guy in front of us. We can then reload it. And to the right of us, on this wall will be another guy, so just be very careful when doing it, but we can actually kill him by aiming it here. And then we can reload it again. Using this weapon does save us some trouble because of the lag. We don't have to rely on hoping our shots hit. Guy here, so kill him with the tube. But when we go downstairs, there'll be 2 guys that spawn, one in front of a barricade, and then there'll be one to the right of the wall. So we want to use the tube on the barricade guy, and then we can reload it again. And he'll be on the right here, so get the gun out. And then once we take them all out, this is what I wanted to warn you about. When it gets laggy like this, and they run at you, it can be very tricky to defend yourself. So I'm going to use the new tube on the guy on the roof here. Want to shoot the wall there. That's the wall we want to shoot. You don't want to shoot it just now. I was just showing you where to shoot. That wall, when we get close enough, will spawn some bad guys. So right about now, shoot. And if you get lucky, you'll take them out. Because with how slow it's going, these guys, when they run and gun for you, can do some serious damage. So it's best to move back as well. So now we can reload the new tube because we still need it. There'll be 2 enemies down here, so get the new tube ready, and if you aim just right, you can get both of them. Then you just have one more guy in a barricade, but first we're going to reload this weapon. The unfortunate thing is, the weapon that I need to use to reload it is a little bit of a distance away, so it allows the other guy to move to a different position, because there was 3 people there. So we just want to take him out. And then when we go further, you'll see a guy on the roof to our left. As you can see how slow they're dying. Well, they're not dying slow, but how slow their bodies are moving. That's due to the lag when they're dying. So you want to aim at the roof slightly, and then we get him. And we want to reload it again. There'll be 2 people on the roof when we go over here, and if you aim it just right, you can get both of them. There will be sandbags, so be aware of that. But right here, we can get both of these 2. And then we want to reload it again. Change to the other gun. And head down to the objective. So when we get to the objective, we've got to go through a house. And head to the left. And through the door. So in this building here, we're going to use our grenades. I haven't used the grenades this match because I was saving them, and we're going to throw them in 3 specific spots to get 3 enemies. So you want to throw the first one all the way over here. This is just to save trouble with the noob tube because we don't want to die at this point. Throw a second one right here, and the third one, when we throw it, we've got to run. So you might want to open the other door, but throw it down here and then run. If done correctly with the grenades, you can't fit through here. Right here you will kill the first person, here is the second, and that is the third, all hiding behind the crates. So we want to head down this way, and through here. There'll be a few enemies that spawn through this gate here. So I was trying to make sure I had the angle. They get stuck on the walls, so make sure you check the walls. As we make progress, there'll be a few more enemies that spawn, so just be careful, take your shots, and progress slowly. We want to go through the house. Open this door here and head to the blue door. Then we want to head to the right here and go through this way, following this path, which will lead us to the collectible. With that, you have all the collectibles. Congratulations. We will have to climb a fence, and then the objective is basically just to take out all the enemies. I start on the right side here, and there's a few enemies behind the walls, so it's a good location to take them out. You can see one in the distance behind the sandbag, and one behind the wall here. There's a lot on our right as well, but we will take them in a minute. Let's get this guy that was hiding. Trying not to expose myself so that we don't get shot at. So we want to get this guy at the wall that we tried to get earlier. And then you can see the guys up here. So we want to head up this way to get closer to him. And we can take out this guy while we're at it. So you'll see him right here behind the rock. And then to the right of him on this sandbag is the other guy. If you need to reload, just make sure you do. Just making sure this guy's dead, because he likes to move around a lot. So the next guy we're going to get is over here. He often gets stuck in this spot. So we want to head down here and to the right. And you can see him through the fence. Once we kill him, the next objective starts. So with the landmines, I don't know if they can, but I wouldn't put it past the game, so just be careful when placing them, because you don't want them to blow up. I choose the knife to be the safest, and then I push B to crouch, place it, and make sure I stay away from it. I don't want to accidentally touch it and blow up. But we need to place all 5 of the landmines. So that is the first 2, and then the next 2 will be up here. And then we want to go around, because again we don't want to touch the landmine and set it off, and place the last one here. Once we do that, we want to head over here and up the hill, and then we just want to wait for the trucks to come. And then we can run to the convoy. You'll notice that one of the landmines didn't go off too if you pay close attention, which I think is quite funny. You can see it on the left there, right there. Congrats on finishing the mission. This level is Crash Site. So it gives you a shotgun, which I'm going to replace straight away because I don't like the shotgun. So take out this guy, and then there'll be a guard at the barrier. We don't want that weapon. At the barrier will be this guy here who has a decent weapon, the MP4. And then we can also take out this guy. Since that guy hasn't noticed us, I'm just gonna do the weapon thing. As you can see, now we have the M4. Basically we have 2 SMGs, but they're pretty decent for this level, so they're what I'm gonna use. You want to take your time clearing the enemies here. We actually can't progress until we clear all the enemies. There'll be another guy on your right here and one on the left near the wall. And then when we go up ahead, there'll be 2 in the shop and then another one on the left. Once we kill this last one on our left here, the door will open and we can progress.
Sandstorms, ruins, and enemy activity. Not quite the exotic weather I was hoping for, but that won't stop. Gotta stay focused and push through. Time to find that wrecked helicopter and get that intel back to headquarters.
So we're gonna head through here and collect the collectible. Then we want to head back and to the left over here. And we will have to blow up some explosives, so that way we can destroy our wall to get through. You might have to jump over them because you might get stuck. As you can see, they walked out because they spawned. Quite funny because they hadn't actually noticed me. There'll be some people in the shops ahead of us. I'm just destroying the windows for a bit of fun. Then you want to jump and crouch through the window. Now we can go through the door. And through the other door to exit out. Here we'll have a couple of people to deal with around the corner. I very carefully killed the first one so that way I could kill the second with my knife. As you can see, you can't knife the hands through the door, which is quite funny. We have to shoot them. So this is where I decided I would find out if enemies could kill other enemies. Because every time I jumped, he would shoot his body, and his body would just stand there. And as you can see, they can kill their own, which is quite funny, I thought. There'll be 3 enemies here, one there, one around the corner, and one right here. When we go up this way, there'll be a few more enemies we have to deal with. There's a guy right on our right, he'll come rushing usually. So just be aware of that because he can drain your health pretty quickly. There'll also be one across from us. Thankfully he didn't come out straight away, so I was able to deal with him first. And then I could get the one that kept running around. So we want to head up here. And there'll be one that comes around the corner, and 2 here. We can throw a well-placed grenade right here. And this will save us some time. And there'll be one more that spawns in front of us, but he's decided to go to the wall, so I'm just going to leave him. Then all 3 of them join, so I'm going to go on a knife spree. Normally that doesn't happen. Saves me some ammo though, so I'm not going to complain. So we want to fall down here. Then we want to head around. And through this area here, we'll have some more enemies to deal with. There'll be a collectible right there, but another bunch of enemies will spawn here, so we're dealing with them first. Once you've killed that guy, we can collect the collectible. Then when we come through, we'll spawn a few more. One guy's up here. And there'll be some in the alley when we go through it. If you can time your grenade through, I actually got lucky with one of my grenades. You can get both of them. I only got one of them, unfortunately. But with a far away grenade as well, you can get the guy that's hiding further off in the distance. And with the last guy, since the first grenade didn't kill him, I just killed him. So when we come through this area, there's going to be 3 enemies in this spot here. So if you hide behind, you can take out the first guy and then angle for the second. And then the third on the wall. You'll want to reload ammo here because we're going to go into one of those sections where they lock it until we kill everyone. Here I'm trying to show the gate closing when we go far enough.
Looks like it's an ambush.
So there'll be a guy in front of us. That'll be a constant spawn. We want to use this wall for cover and take out these two guys. If you shoot that guy, he actually will for some reason stay and get stuck on the other guy. And if you want, you could try and get a headshot on both of them. Fortunately, I was not able. There's a second guy I saw that appears up the top there, but at the moment we don't have to worry about him. He will come around. So we can take out the second guy from this angle. And when there's no one left, we can lean out to take out the two guys here. There'll be one guy up here as well. If you don't see the mission marker, they're not all dead, so that's how you know some people are still alive. And that's what I was waiting for. So you can take out the two guys here. Try to keep an eye on your ammo, so that you don't get low. And if you see an opportunity for a knife, take it if you can, because it'll save you a bit of ammo. Now that we've got the mission marker to move, it means that we've cleared this and we can move on, so we don't have to look for anyone else. But before you move on, I would recommend making sure you've got your ammo topped up. So we're going to head down this way and through this gate. Then when we go through this area, there'll be a guy right here we can take out. There'll be a guy on this barricade. Guy to the right here. We just gotta wait for him to get up. There we go. There'll be two guys over here on the barricades. There's two guys in the shop and another guy that spawns. Once they're all dealt with, we can move on. So you want to jump through the shop and crouch. Getting more ammo if you need it. You can just go through the door if you want. I just prefer to go through the window. So then we can head on down this alleyway. Throw a grenade and you'll get a couple. Because it's an ambush. There'll be two right here. I didn't want to come out. I wanted to try and get them through that gap, but unfortunately I wasn't able. But it still offered good protection because they're staying at that wall. Better than them rushing you. So there'll be a guy up here. And then there'll be some more guys when we go up. So I want to head across. And then we want to head up the wooden planks. And then you want to jump across here to this section. If you fail the jump, you might have to give it a little bit of a run. So, and there will be a collectible hidden right here. It's really hidden since we had to make that jump to get it. Then we can just go over, climb over this way, and head to the mission marker. There'll be a guy hiding to the left here, and there'll be a guy across from us as well. There'll be some people on our right here. And then we can head up the wooden beam again. There'll be one more guy. He was acting funny, so I just ran up and knifed him. Then we have to take a zip line. There'll be one guy below us. So just carefully lean out so you can get him. And then there'll be two guys below him. So when we fall down right here, we can throw a grenade. I got unlucky and my grenade didn't get them. But my grenade did bring him forward, so I could get the kill before I drop down. So I want to reload our ammo if we need it. And then we want to fall down here. Then we can hit the mission marker. There will be a few guys that come out of this building. We'll just take them out. There's also a third one hidden here. This area is really confined, so just take your time. There'll be a few enemies that pop out around corners and above us and stuff. So just take your time to take them out as you go through it. They'll be hiding behind corners like that. You don't want to be caught. There'll be some guys right behind here, so lean out carefully to get them. Then we have to go up here. If you stop here, you can get these two. And then if you stop in the center, you can get this guy here. Again, there'll be a few bad guys we have to take out. But when we get here, we can actually take out a guy up on the top, right here. And there'll be another guy that also spawns. So I can get this guy, and then we can get his body. Keep an eye on your ammo in case you need to reload it like I did. There'll be a guy in front of us. And again, there'll be some people on our right. The collectible is down here. So we will be able to collect it. And then we can climb back up this. Unfortunately, you can't seem to jump back onto that. It would have been more handy, but it is what it is, so just make your way back up there. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about the enemies, so we can just run for it. So when you get here, you want to be careful to not fall down. Make sure you've got full ammo. And I was checking to make sure that I got an enemy's gun close by. I don't have any grenades, unfortunately. It would have been better if I did, but that's okay. So there'll be some enemies. There's one across from us at this building. And we want to take out a couple of them before we jump down because of how many there are. And the lack of cover for us. So if you lean down, just here, you can get this guy as well. It's a tricky shot. Gotta wait for him to pop up. There we go. And then we can reload our gun before we go down there. And we've got less enemies to deal with. So that's a win. You can see they now pop out. Make sure to try and use the car for cover so that way they can't get too many good shots on you. And then when there's not many left, we can start making progress towards the objective. In the shop, of course, there'll be two more. He's right in the corner here. Be a guy around the corner here. Lean out carefully and get the guys on the top spots up here without giving yourself too much exposure. Then we can climb up. There'll be a couple that spawn when we go here. Right across from us in the windows. So we can take them out. So right here we want to jump over this fence. Then we can head this way. Taking out the people as we go. There'll be some people on our left here. We can use the barricade as cover. They'll be in the shop as well. So we can go through the shop, and in here will be a collectible. Feels like it's been a while since we got one. So we can open the door and we can continue. So there'll be enemies in front of us and to our right. I was going to knife this guy, but then I decided to use the Desert Eagle instead. Thought that'd be a bit more fun. And then we can shoot the two guys in the windows. And then there'll be two more people in the windows we can take out. Then we can go through the shop. When we open this door, we can go through the next door.
Found the wreck. No survivors in sight.
All right, Viper. Now locate the intel. Set up a radio and transmit the data to headquarters. Time is of the
This is going to be one of those satellite missions. So right here is where the satellite is. As you can see, it says interact. It's quite funny. It shows up even though the satellite's not there. So when we pick this up, it'll want us to plant the satellite there. As you can see now, the satellite's there. So we want to use this satellite as cover and not kill anyone. So if you place yourself just about here, you shouldn't be shot, and we can just wait out the transmission timer. The reason for this is then there won't be as many enemies when the transmission's done, because it will keep sending them while the transmission's going, but it stops when the transmission's done. We will have to take out who's still there, but we won't have as many to deal with. So with that, we can now take out the enemies.
Data set. Now to head to the exit.
Start with the
Good job, soldier.
one on the left here. And with the enemies cleared out, we can get some more ammo and then move on. We want to head up the wood beam here and across this one. And before we jump down, we want to head in here and we want to grab this collectible. Once you get that, we can head down. We want to head to the left here, where as we progress, enemies will spawn. They'll be around this corner. We have to go up to this red door. There will be an enemy inside the building here. He's not too much trouble. When we open the door, there will be a couple inside.
يا هذا دخيل.
With him taking out, we can take out the last one, which is just here, and go through the door to continue. When we get out here, there'll be a few enemies we want to take out, so just stay in the alleyway, give yourself a bit of cover, and move when you need to, so you don't get overwhelmed. Once we get around this corner, there'll be an enemy. You can take him out. And on our right will be some more enemies near the sandbag. But before we deal with them, I want to show you this. They forgot to continue the road, or at least hide it. It's just something funny. They're all in the distance here, the enemies. can head this way. This is why I didn't progress any further. And the collectibles right here. So we want to continue taking out the enemies as we progress. Remember to watch your ammo, so if you need to change it, change up to get your ammo. There'll be some enemies on the left as well, just here. So when we head into this tunnel, this is where the last collectible is. So we want to head this way and collect it off the bed here. Congrats on getting all the collectibles for this level. Now we just have to finish it. We just have to make our way through the tunnel, killing the enemies that will attack us. There'll be a few enemies on your left and right, so just take them out. You're making our way through the tunnel. This is where you'll have two enemies, and then as we progress, there'll be another opening with beds like that, and more enemies. So then we can crouch through here, take out the guy around the corner. Almost out of the cavern. For some reason I had to jump there. Wasn't level. And when we get into this town, we'll be met with, of course, an ambush. So we need to take out the enemies. They're waiting for us. And we want to jump up here, take this guy out. Just be very careful, because it's very dusty and hard to see. You don't want an NPC to get the drop on us, drain our health. guy shooting from a rock, not the one inside the house, but the one on the left. So we actually can't kill him, as you can see. So just be very careful of him. When we go inside the building, of course there's going to be someone. Can't even shoot him from behind. He's literally inside that rock, it's weird. So just continue ignoring the rock man. Watching out for the ones that charge you like so. And with that, we can finally head to the objective. Congrats on completing the mission. Now we have the mission Infiltration. So Infiltration has added one thing to it that's different to the rest of the game.
What a beautiful night. But it won't stay peaceful for long. Time to get to work.
And basically there'll be these spotlights, and we have to take these spotlights and take them out. If we walk into the lights without the spotlight being taken out, we will get NPCs that will rush us. And of course we don't want more NPCs, it's annoying as it is. I do like this feature. I actually wish it was in a few more levels, but it's in one, so at least it's good enough for that. So we won't have any enemies till we get down here. And then we'll have the first enemy. Straight away I was taking his weapon because it's the weapon we like from the previous level. And from the level where we were in the helicopter. So we want to head up this way once we've killed everybody. And when we get to this spot, we'll be attacked by two guys and a guy from a building. And on our left, this wall will be another guy. He's quite hidden. Then we can get the guy in the building now. So we're going to open this door and then open the next door. And the next door, and we can continue on. We want to head through here, and right there you can see where the light is from the spotlight. But as soon as we take out the spotlight, the light's gone. If you don't take out the spotlight, it will set off an alarm, and that alarm will bring NPCs. So make sure you take out the spotlights when you see me do it. So when we get around this corner, we'll have a few enemies, as you can see. There's a spotlight there. To take out this one, we have to go over here and shoot it right here. When we make our way this way through this tent, there'll be a guy in the distance here that we can take out.
مرحبا.
And they sadly locked the doors on us. I'm gonna go through the alleyway here. There'll be a couple of enemies in the cave. There'll also be a collectible in this one. So when we get down here, there'll be 3 enemies on the right. So just be aware of that.
تم رصد قوات العدو.
And here I can't resist the opportunity to use the knife. And there's the 3rd guy that I mentioned. We want to go the other way, so the way that we weren't facing. And there will be an enemy down here on our right. So we want to grab the collectible that's here, that he was guarding. And then we can head the way that we were originally facing. There will be enemies as we're going through, so just be aware that running like I am can cause you to run straight into them. But we just want to continue our progress till we get outside of the cave. So for this area, when we do destroy the spotlight, we will have to use a technique that I came up with. Not the first one, but the second one. The first one, we just have to go through this house. Inside this door will be a couple of bad guys. Inside this door will be another bad guy. And from this window we can shoot the spotlight that is up here. So we want to take out the guys here. So as you can see, the light's there, and the spotlight is just on the left near the wall. So you want to place and throw a grenade. And if you do it correctly, it'll blow up the spotlight, and we can go through without activating the warning system. As you can see, it's right there. I don't think you're supposed to be able to get it, but I found a way to get it because I didn't want to deal with alerting everybody. I wanted stealth. There's also a spotlight over here we can get. It's a little bit of a tricky shot. If we go this way, we'll get another collectible. Right here. And then we can go into the blue building here. As you can see, there's no enemies because we didn't alert them. It's quite nice for once not to have to worry about a swarm. And again, the doors are locked, which is disappointing, but we've got to go across this bridge. When we do, we will have to deal with a few enemies.
Yeah.
I didn't want to use my gun, I wanted to get some ammo, so that's why I went with knifing him. And now that we're in a new area, we've got some more enemies to face. There'll be a guy in a window too, so just be aware of that. And then we have to go through this door here, and in this room will be a couple of enemies. Once we take them out, we can continue on. But I just wanted to show it's possible from doing it outside the house. There will be an enemy in the next room. And there'll be an enemy here. Hit the button so that way we can continue. We'll have a few more enemies to deal with. There's one in the tower up here. On our right will be a couple of enemies. And then on the left in the fence area here will be a few enemies. When we get to this next area, this area here will have a bunch of enemies basically because it's a very open area. Just making sure there's no one else hidden. So we want to head into this cave. This cave has 2 collectibles. When you get to corners like this, there should be enemies. So just take your time to go around the corners. I'll turn on the light because of how dark it gets. But we want to head this way. And there'll be an enemy here. You just saw him duck down, so we just gotta wait for him to pop up. We can get a headshot. Another enemy just here. And the collectible is, I'll turn it off so you can see it, just here. This is the only time I recommend using the flashlight. So we want to go straight. Again, watch the corners, because you get ones hiding like that. So we want to keep making our way through. The collectible is right here. So we want to head back and go the way we were going before we turned. We can continue on and head out the exit. Now before you walk off, you'll notice a ladder here. So we want to climb this ladder. And up right above the cave exit is the next collectible. So when we get here, you'll notice two tanks cross the bridge, and I always find it funny, they just vanish. So we just gotta make our way. More enemies will spawn as we go.
تم رصد قوات العدو.
There'll be some hiding in the buildings, like so. So just make sure you peep into the buildings, so that way, if there's one in there, you can kill them. Once we've cleared enough, we can make our jog, basically, to the next objective.
تم رصد.
So as you're making your way through, just be careful to check corners and behind crates and stuff, because that's where I like to be. And you just wait for them and then take the shot. It's easier to take your time than rush it and have to deal with tons of them. They also will be inside buildings, like this one here. So just make sure you always check. We have to take out a couple enemies, and there'll be one enemy in this house that I want to take out first. Before we progress through this house though, go this way. We're going to get one of the most hidden collectibles. So you have to crouch under this, and then we have to head this way. And right here is the collectible. Then we want to head back in the building making our way slowly.
دمرت قوات العدو.
Make sure you keep an eye on your ammo too, just in case you need to reload it. There is a guy up there. And there is a guy right here that we haven't activated yet. As you can see, I thought this was quite funny. You get hit markers for shooting them when they're dead, but you don't get a hit marker for knifing them when they're dead. So we want to place the tracking device. Then we want to continue going through the... There'll be about 4 people in this area. So just take your time. There's one guy above us. And then there's the 2 close by and the one in the distance. There'll also be a guy in the window, so just be aware of that. And there'll be a guy in this one as well. So we want to go into the warehouse here and plant the explosive again. Then we want to make our way through the building. We'll get attacked again by a bunch of enemies. So we want to head to the warehouse here and plant the explosive again. Then we want to head to the next location, fighting off the enemies as we go. There'll be a couple that spawn once we get past a certain point. And then we can go into the hut. And then we can place the explosive. And now we can head to the next mission marker. And then we can head up the tower here. Once we interact with this, we'll get to see the explosion.
Charges set off. Diversion in progress. Time to slip in unnoticed.
And now we get to do the sniper part of the mission when we get up to it. We need to run up to this fence so that way we climb it. and then we can make a run for the tower. The guy in the tower is just here, so we can take him out. So the sniper rifle's right there. We have to take out the searchlights, but we can also take out the guards in the tower as well.
Lights out. They won't see me coming now.
The sniper rifle is powerful, so I recommend keeping it. Just making sure you reload the ammo. So we want to take the zip line. So when we get down here, we will have a couple of enemies to deal with. But there will be some enemies in here as well.
يا هذا
The piece of paper is in this room. I was trying to figure out why I wasn't in the other room, and then I realised I was in the wrong room. When we go upstairs, there'll be a couple of enemies. So with all those pieces of papers, we can now leave and go to the next building. As you can see, the doors are locked, unfortunately, so we have to go around the long way. Would have been good if we could have just left the blue door there and then gone into this blue door. But there will be some enemies in here as well.
رصد قوات العدو. يا هذا يا
The piece of paper is on the desk here. Upstairs will be a few enemies again, so just be careful.
دخيل.
But here is 2 pieces of paper. And with that, that's the last piece of paper. So now we can go to the next objective.
يا هذا دخيل. تم رصد يا هذا. دخيل. تم رصد قوات العدو.
So the last collectible is in the next area, but I was a little bit confused because I knew it was in a area with tanks. I was wondering why I couldn't find it here. And then I remembered. So to get into the next tank area, we have to go over here. There will be enemies, just be warned. And in this container is the last collectible. Congratulations. So as we make our way, we'll have more enemies that spawn that we have to deal with. So just be cautious.
دخيل. تم رصد قوات العدو. دخيل.
This is another good opportunity for the sniper rifle, just because there isn't much cover for us. Now I just have to head to the exit. Congrats on finishing the mission and your achievement. So the next mission is Heart of Al-Tariq. So this is the last mission and it starts off in a shootout.
Strike Force, this is HQ. The
So I'll show you a fun little glitch.
to leave their safe house any minute now. We have intel that they will be taking a convoy to the airport in the capital city. Your objective is to set up an ambush and eliminate the commanders, including Colonel Omar Al-Jabbar. Be aware, the area will be heavily guarded, so proceed with caution.
Copy that, HQ. I have visual on the safe house, and I'm ready to move out. Let's get this done.
So if we take the sniper rifle when it lets us, we can then take the AK-47 and it will have a scope. The sniper scope. And we can use the AK-47 to kill the bodyguards. There'll be 2 on the roof that appear occasionally, and there'll be 2 that come out the doors. Every time you kill 2, 2 more come out until the target comes out. Once we kill the target, we can move on. So just have to kill the enemies until he shows up. Get a notification that he's coming out, and then you can just take him out. The enemies can't even shoot him a lot, as you can see.
Good work, Viper.
Once he's dead, the door here will open and a bad guy will come in, so we can take them out. And then we want to take out these guys just because we don't want to leave any witnesses. Take the sniper rifle back. It'll be very handy. When we come out here, there'll be 2 enemies. And 1 to the right. Then we want to head downstairs, and under the stairs will be a collectible. When we come through here, there'll be a couple enemies. And then when we come up here, there'll be a guy that spawns to the right, and 1 to the left. The end part of this does have a timed section, but I use a glitch because I don't agree with timed sections and collectibles, so that we don't have a timer temporarily, and it makes the section easier, so just be aware of that. So coming up, we'll have 3 enemies. And when we go around the corner, we'll have a couple of enemies to deal with as well. If you don't move from the stairs too much, you won't activate the next spawn set, so you can stand just above the stairs to get these guys. So they will come from the left here when we activate them past that tree. Reload your ammo if you need it. And then when we go down this alleyway, 2 more will spawn, 1 coming straight for us. And then there was 1 that went to the side. When we go to the left here, there'll be a few that spawn. but then taken care of, we can head down. When we get into this alleyway, there'll be 2 enemies, and then when you push forward, 2 more spawn. And there's also about 3, I think 3 or 4 in the shop windows that you can't see.
دخيل. تم رصد
When we go through this door, there'll be someone, and then around this corner, you can wait here and he will pop up, there'll be someone else. You could also just go around and kill him, but there'll be 2 people that show up here. If you go near the bins, it actually stops them from shooting you for some reason. And the second one's right there. Then when we go up to this wall here, 3 more people will spawn in front of us. They go to the sandbags, and then one on the right. And there's 3 guys that spawn if we sit on the stairs like so. And the next guy's a little bit tricky to get. We need to aim through here. The shopkeeper, once you shoot out the window, is right here. So if we go to the right here at this wall, the 3 bad guys and the boss or target will show up. So you want to take out the first one, the second one. The boss takes 3 shots to the head,
Great job, Strike
and
Force.
then the
Only 1 commander
next one
left.
here.
Stay focused. Keep pushing forward. We're almost there.
When we go past the jeep, on the right will be another shopkeeper that we need to kill. So then we just need to change out our ammo. There'll be a collectible on the right here. There'll be 2 more enemies that spawn as we make our way. So go to the rock
تم رصد قوات العدو.
and take out both of them. And there'll be another enemy that spawns as we get closer at this thing. So there'll be another collectible next to the bins here, the 3 bins, and it's inside here. So we want to jump and crouch through the window and go this way. There'll be a guy inside this door. And when we go around this corner, there'll be one that spawns up here, one around the corner, and then as we edge out we can get the rest. There's about 5 enemies, so there's one here, there's one just to the left here once he pops up, and there's one in the distance as you can see, and then up here there'll be one when we edge out, right there. And then there'll be one in the far distance at the sandbag, as you saw he just ducked. When we come around this corner, there'll be 2 enemies that spawn.
دخيل.
Then when we head down this way, to our right will be a collectible on a sandbag. When we go in this alleyway, there'll be 3 enemies that spawn. You want to hug the left wall and crouch and look behind you to get the main guy that will be a pain.
يا هات دخيل.
Change your ammo out if you need it. And then climb the fence by walking into it. There'll be 3 enemies that spawn here.
يا هات يا هات.
When we move forward, there'll be 2 enemies that spawn on the roof and about 3 at the barricades on the right.
يا هذا. دخيل.
We want to go in this shop, and then we want to go in this door, and behind here will be another collectible. Then when we come out of here, there'll be a guy that spawns right in front of us, right here,
دخيل.
and 2 on the bridge. 1 near the truck, and 1 over here near the car. There'll also be a guy on the roof over here as we move in. And then to our right will be that is an object we have to pick up later, so when we move forward, it'll make a couple of enemies spawn.
تم رصد قوات العدو. تم رصد قوات العدو. دخيل.
So there's the object we need. So let's play a game of move the objective back to where we were. If we hit the marker of where to go to, you'll see it changes to behind us. So since we're facing the way, it's technically in front of us, but this is the explosive we need to pick up. We couldn't pick it up early until it told us to. And when we pick it up, more enemies will spawn. So we're going to place a explosive on this door, and then you want to bolt, because you only get 10 seconds. Ignore the enemies. If you bolt behind, you can kill one of them. You could kill the other, but I want you to see the explosion. So now that we've seen the explosion, I can kill him. So when we come in here, 2 enemies will spawn, 1 to the right and 1 will come from the left. So you want to angle yourself to get the one on the right. And the left is a running gunner, so just get him. When we move up, there'll be 3 enemies. We'll only see the first 2 though, at first. 1 on the right and 1 on the left near the fence.
دخيل. يا هات.
There'll be 1 on the right now, so just edge yourself out. So right here will be our 4th enemy. He's from a different set, but we can get him early. So we want to go over here to get another collectible. This means there'll be 2 collectibles left, and they're in the time section. But we're going to bait the boss, and I'll show you how to get to the section early. The reason we bait the boss is so that we can kill him later. So when we go into this section, about 4 enemies will spawn, as you saw. So we want to take them out. From this angle we can take them out and they won't charge us. So there'll be 2 enemies here, the guy we have to kill and the other guy. Kill the other guy just so he doesn't interrupt our process, and then have the boss or the target follow us. We're going to bait him to a certain spot. When he can't see you like so, he will move forward, so you just want to get him to see you and then move to another spot. You'll know he sees you because he'll fire at you. We want to drag him down this way. Once he sees you, go behind this wall. This will lock him in place. If it doesn't, just do it again, because the first time didn't for me. But we want to change to the knife so that way we don't accidentally kill him or hurt him. And you want to make sure you're crawling so that way we don't make him turn around. So the first time he's not fully locked in properly and he turns around. If this happens, just go back to the corner, wait a few seconds and repeat the... We want to crawl up here. We want to keep him locked in place in that wall specifically to make it easier to hit. Then you want to jump up here, and then you want to run and jump onto this. It may take a couple of attempts. You will have to run, jump, and crouch at the same time. So run, jump, crouch. But once you make it, you can uncrouch. You just have to back up a little bit, jump up, and crouch. And then come over here to where the lamp is. Then you want to run and jump, or jump and crouch onto the head. If you fall off, you can just try again. Then you want to jump and crouch here, and this gets us to the top of the building so we can fall down in this section here. It'll take a little bit of health, but thanks to the system of healing, we won't have to worry about that. So we want to head over here. So for fences that we can't climb but are climbable, hit Y and then move down. By doing that, we are going back onto the side that's climbable, and we can head over here. So we will set off some enemies by going here, and we can bait them. The reason why we want to bait them is if you have trouble getting the boss, this will save you time having a weapon far away. So we want to bring their weapon as close to us as possible. So you just want to hide until the enemy comes out like so, and then wait a little bit. And then we can quickly kill the enemy. This will give you a weapon that's in close proximity, as you can see. And also, it made one of the enemies spawn there, which was quite funny. So when we go in here, there'll be 2 enemies, and this whole section is supposed to be a time section. Doing this glitch saves us a little bit of trouble because we can take out all the enemies and not have to worry about the timer, because I hate timers. So when we jump over the fence, we will have enemies spawn to our right and left. When we go through this spot here, we'll activate some more enemies. One behind us from this wall.
رصد قوات العدو. تم رصد يا هذا.
When you come out, he comes out, as you see. If you hide behind the fence, he doesn't do as much. There'll be one behind this, and in the distance there's another one on the left.
دخيل يا هذا. تم رصد
And we want to go through this building, and we can activate this guy.
قوات العدو.
Upstairs will be another guy.
يا هذا.
In the room here will be two guys to the left and right, and when you walk through, a guy goes down these stairs.
دخيل.
And there's one to our right behind us. When we go upstairs, there'll be two enemies at the table. Then we can go through. When we go outside here, there'll be guys across from us
تم رصد
that
قوات
pour from the tank on the bridge here, so we can take them out.
العدو.
And then there'll be some that pour from the back of the truck, so we can take them out.
دخيل.
There'll be one more guy near the tank. There won't be anyone in this one, so we don't have to worry too much. The first collectible, or the second last collectible, is right there. I'm not going to grab it till the timer's on, just in case you don't want to do the glitch. That way you can watch it when the timer's on. Then we can head downstairs. When we go through this door, it'll spawn 3 enemies in front of us, so just head back inside, and that'll give you some cover.
تم رصد قوات. يا هذا.
So when we go through here, we'll spawn a few enemies.
تم رصد قوات العدو.
There'll be 3 in the spot here. Then there's 3 inside the shop. When we open this door and go through, there'll be a 4th enemy He's in the corner here. And when we go through this blue door, there'll be some that spawn on the left here. There is the collectible on the right, but we want to deal with these guys first.
تم رصد قوة.
We can head down this alleyway. This alleyway contains the last collectible, so if you're using this glitch and you're collecting them during the glitch, it'll be right here. I will show it later when we do the activate the timer. I just wanted to show you while we're doing the glitch. So there's another enemy here, and there'll be 2 inside. Once we go through the door, there'll be another enemy that we can take out. And then when we open this door, there'll be 2 enemies to our left and right.
تم رصد قوة.
And there'll be 1 more enemy on our right. Once we take him out, we want to head back. So for now we want to head back, and I'll show you how to activate it so that we can activate the timer and finish the game, because screw timers. I don't like having to deal with a bunch of enemies while there's a timer running. Even if it gets turned off when you get close to the boss, they're just not fun. And then jump crouch onto this. Again, jump crouch. So remember, you have to push Y on the fence, and then you have to climb downwards, so that way you don't climb over it. So we want to get out the explosive gun, the noob tube, and you want to aim up near where the boss is and jump and fire. Takes a little bit to get the angle. But once you get him, hit the mission marker, which is this door,
Intercept and neutralize him, Viper.
and then we can continue
Let
on.
him slip away, moving in for the kill.
As you can see, we have the timer, but we can just run through because we've killed everyone. So right here is the collectible. Right here is the last collectible. So once you grab that, congrats on getting all the collectibles for this level and the entire game. Make sure you have a round in your grenade launcher. When we get around this corner, we're going to have a couple enemies to face first at spawn. So there's going to be one in front of us. We can get out the tube, aim at the helicopter, and fire. This will kill him and finish the level. Congratulations on completing the game. If you'd like to see some of the glitches I found, I will have a glitch showcase video.
HQ, this is Viper. Mission accomplished. Colonel Omar Al-Jabbar is dead. Requesting extraction immediately.
Well done. We're sending a squad to pick you up. Good job, soldier.
As you can see here, congrats on your achievements. Thank you for watching. Please remember to like and subscribe. Thank you.